Where is comfortable? There? Thank you for coming. Let's give ourselves a round. Let's give it a Thank you all. I am Damilola Banwu Oyalaja, and it's a pleasure to have you here. Don't mind me, my voice is a little shaky because I've been everywhere all morning, but we are here. A couple of people, oftentimes people ask me, is there a monetary benefit to putting this together? Well, I wish there were. No. It's just the heart for community. It's the heart to see beautiful faces come together for something educating, for a time of refreshing, and we pick our minds here and there, change our perspectives or redirect our perspectives, which is what the TEDx dream is. Elevating ideas, promoting voices, and giving a stage to people who have wonderful ideas when it would need it to come out. And that's why we are here this morning. So on behalf of the organizing team, wonderful faces and wonderful people, most importantly, the Wagner College, who has magnanimously given us this beautiful space to gather this morning to learn, to connect, to be happy, to relax, have fun, have lunch. Thank you all for all that you have done. I wouldn't have been able to put this together myself, frankly. And to amazing speakers. It's been a journey. 2-3 months of grilling, of messages, of text messages, of video calls, of rehearsals, of emails. It's been a great pleasure working with you all. And I'm honored, privileged to have worked with you all. Great minds. You will be enjoying your day, I can assure you of that, because they have put their heart to it. They have put their time, their expertise to come bless you with their knowledge, their ideas this morning. To the media team of Wagner College, thank you. To our moderators for the day, Sarah Blas and Jim Chiavelli, thank you. To all of you, the audience who bought the tickets, more are coming. We are almost sold out, so these chairs should be filled in no time. Thank you all for coming. I am happy this morning. I am happy to see all your faces. Thank you. To the organizing team, the organizing committee, wonderful men and women who have been dedicating 3 years, or rather, they have dedicated 3 years to TedX ElmPark on Staten Island. The first edition was in 2022, the second edition was in 2024, and this is the third edition. Same people who have given their heart without pay to bring this to our community, to put our community out there as not a community that is forgotten. We're not a borough that is forgotten. We're a vibrant borough. We're a happy borough. We're an enlightened borough. For all of us who have put this together, I say a big thank you. To the volunteers, Wagner students, high school students who joined us, and to the youngest volunteer, an 8-year-old, my son, the co-organizer, who happens to be my husband. We all are excited, honored to have you here. Thank you so much, and do have a great time today. Thank you. All right. All right, welcome to TEDx ElmPark 2025.
non-profit organization discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Good morning, Staten Island. Oh, you all can do better than that. We're about to hear from our first speaker. Good morning, Staten Island. All right, we're ready. Hello again, my name is Sarah Bloss. I, along with Jim, will be your co-facilitators here today. I have the pleasure of introducing our very first speaker, Nika Stewart. Nika Stewart's the best-selling author of Actually, I Can. Rewriting the Rules of Resilience. It's a celebrated speaker known for her unique blend of humor, vulnerability, and insight. Her journey through cancer, documented online virally, has inspired millions worldwide. Nika's message revolves around transforming adversity through positivity and laughter, using an unconventional yet highly practical approach. Her infectious energy and personal story of resilience makes her a sought-after speaker for audiences seeking inspiration and real-world solutions to embrace life's challenges with a smile. Nika's live presentations have included multiple events, including breast cancer charity events, international window coverings expos, and many wellness women's workshops. In addition, Nika has been a featured speaker and panelist on hundreds of podcasts, webcasts, and masterclasses, reaching hundreds and thousands of attendees. On social media, Nika has attracted hundreds and thousands of followers and received more than 400 million views on her viral videos. Her personal philosophy is, actually, you can. Let's welcome her to the stage.
Everybody has challenges.
What'd she say?
She's trying to get a slide to work.
Yeah, slides are not good. This is the second slide. Okay. Hands up if you've ever said yes to an invitation and then immediately prayed for a snowstorm to cancel it so you wouldn't have to go. We've all heard the advice, set boundaries, say no more often. No to overcommitting, to work that doesn't fit our lifestyle, to the people pleasing that drains us. But there's one thing you can say no to that makes the biggest positive impact on your well-being. And yet most people are not saying no to this. It's the no that adds the most joy, the no that creates the deepest fulfillment. It's this. saying no to convention, to the status quo, to expected customs. There is concrete evidence that defying convention actually builds psychological resilience and creates better mental health outcomes. It's even been shown to increase longevity. So why are we not saying no to it? Why are most people not saying no to convention? Well, first, it's because we don't even realize we're saying yes to it. In the last few hours alone, you have said yes to more than a dozen things without even realizing. Yes to breakfast, what you ate, when you ate it. Yes in how you greeted someone. Yes in the way you edited yourself before speaking. Tiny yeses so ingrained, you didn't even feel them. But every one of those yeses is you agreeing to someone else's rules instead of following your own decisions. Now, obviously, we should not rebel against all rules for the sake of rebellion. Thank goodness we have common guidelines that make our society work, saying please and thank you, holding the door for someone behind you, covering your mouth when you cough or sneeze. Most people would agree these are rules we want to follow and hope that everyone else follows. But every day, we are following rules that, if we think about it, really don't work for us. Decorate your home this way. This is what it means to be a good mother. Don't wear white after Labor Day. Do this in order to feel successful. Do not dye your hair purple. Actually, strike that, because that should be a law that everybody follows. But here is the fun truth. All of these rules are made up. So why not write your own? Actually, you can. My slides aren't working. But why should we be defying convention? A few years ago, I was handed the kind of news that changes your life. You have cancer. Now, the conventional script says that you are supposed to treat that diagnosis with solemnity, with privacy. You're expected to go into battle mode, to put your head down and fight, and hopefully emerge stronger once it's over. But that didn't work for me. Instead of fighting, I wanted to embrace and see what I could create with this. After weeks of news that just kept getting more scary and more dire, there was a glimmer of hope, a treatment that looked like it could work. And so I focused on that very good news. I went online and I announced my diagnosis in a Facebook post that began, "I'll start with the good news. I'm having a mastectomy." And that post, by the way, became the foundation of turning my entire cancer journey into a very colorful, very public adventure. But at the time, people thought I was crazy for comparing a mastectomy to good news. But finding those little glimmers, those silver linings in tough situations is how I get through life. And so throughout my journey, can we show a slide? Throughout my journey, if you'd like to take a look, I looked for the funny and I shared it. I painted my scalp to look like a beach ball. I sang songs about the 37 wigs that I purchased and never wore. Look at my wigs, aren't they neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? And these moments of irreverence seem to appeal to a lot of people. Community showed up, and more than 400 million views and tens of thousands of comments and messages sent to me showed me that my story wasn't just mine. It struck a chord with millions of others too. What could have been the worst year of my life, no, strike that. It should have been the worst year of my life, according to the conventional script, right? But it became somehow the best. And that's when I knew you do not have to follow the conventional rules of healing. By defying convention, by choosing sharing and joy and humor, I discovered resilience that I never knew I had. And science backs me up on this. A wide-scale study published in BMJ Mental Health, a peer-reviewed medical journal, followed more than 10,000 adults for over 12 years. Researchers found that those who stayed true to their own values, rather than conforming, even when life got hard, had a significantly lower risk of death than those who conformed. They were much more likely to live longer than those who just went along with expectations. So, did I, unknowingly at the time, save my life by following my own rules? I was not a part of this particular study, but I would like to add my story as further proof. So let's zoom in on this idea of conformity, because the truth is, we are all experts at it. We follow unwritten rules, not because they're laws, but because everyone else does. 5 monkeys are put into a room. In the center is a ladder with a banana on top. Obviously, when a monkey notices the banana, he begins to climb up the ladder to get it. But before he can get to the banana, all of the monkeys in the room are sprayed with ice-cold water from a hose. And this continues. Anytime a monkey goes to get the banana, they're all sprayed with cold water until they stop trying to get the banana. And when that happens, one of the monkeys is taken out and replaced with a brand new monkey who has no idea what's going on. And when he goes to get the banana, before they could all get sprayed with water, the monkeys in the room, the wet monkeys, they grab the monkey off the ladder so he won't go up. They don't want to get sprayed. And if he continues to try and go up the ladder, they even beat him up so that he doesn't try again. And when he stops going for the banana, another monkey is replaced. The same thing happens until eventually there are no more wet monkeys in the room. They're all dry monkeys who have no experience ever getting sprayed with water. They've never seen a monkey get sprayed with water. There was no monkey in the hallway saying to them, "Hey, George, before you go in the room, I know you're curious, George, but don't go up the ladder because you'll get sprayed with water." They had no knowledge of this, and yet they still won't go for the banana. And if another monkey comes in the room and attempts to go up the ladder, they all beat him up. And they have no idea why. This story is based on research done by Gordon Stevenson in 1967, who studied monkeys to show cultural acquisition of a specific learned response. It shows how we do things without being conscious of it, without knowing why. But even when we are conscious of it, why do we continue to follow rules that we didn't write? It's because conformity feels safe. Our brains are wired for belonging, for staying inside the tribe. It's called normative conformity, the tendency to behave in certain ways in order to be accepted by a group of people. Don't stand out, don't risk rejection, don't risk getting beaten up by a wet monkey. Belonging feels safe. It equals survival. And sure, that instinct may have protected our ancestors, but today, that safety comes at a cost. Because when we keep editing ourselves down to fit in, when we keep following all these rules blindly, without question, we pay for it with our creativity, with our joy, and yes, even with our health. A study by the Mayo Clinic shows that people who set clear boundaries, essentially saying no to conformity, have a much lower risk of stress and burnout. And further studies show that staying true to your own beliefs gives you greater resilience, lower anxiety, and greater life satisfaction. So, following your own rules takes you from survival surviving to thriving. So yes, conformity can help us feel safe, but safe doesn't make us feel alive. Conformity is not harmless. It does take a toll, but here's the good news. When researchers study the happiest, healthiest, most resilient people, thrivers, they keep noticing the same pattern. These people are not vigilante rebels breaking every rule. They simply do 4 things differently. And together, those 4 things spell something wonderful. They spell I can, because actually, I can. I stands for identify. Thrivers identify the hidden rules they've been following without noticing. The things that don't make sense, like the monkeys. And thriving, resilience, begins with awareness. You can't rewrite a rule that you don't know you're following. But even if you don't rewrite the rule, even if you continue to follow it, once you are aware, it becomes your choice. C, challenge. Thrivers challenge the automatic labels instead of just accepting them. There's a fable of an ancient farmer who has a horse, and one day his horse runs away, and all of the neighbors come rushing over to sympathize with him, and they say, "Oh, what bad news." And the farmer says, "I don't know if it's bad news or good news." And the next day, the horse comes back, and with her, she brings a friend. So now the farmer has 2 horses, and all the neighbors come rushing over, and they say, "Oh, what good news." And the farmer says, "I don't know if it's good news or bad news." Well, later that day, the farmer's son decides to take the new horse for a ride, and he falls off and breaks his leg. The neighbors come rushing over, "What bad news?" And the farmer says, "I don't know if it's bad news or good news." Well, the next day, the army, who has been fighting a war that no one wants, it's senseless, people are dying, they come marching through the village, and they say, "We are drafting all able-bodied young men to take them into this war." But the farmer's son can't be taken because he has a broken leg. This farmer is a thriver. He doesn't simply accept those labels. He pauses and he wonders, is this true for me? A is for align. Thrivers align with what is true for them, not what's expected. During my hardest part of my cancer journey, everyone expected me to fight. I embraced. They expected me to stay private. I shared. They expected me to be serious. I laughed. Even if other people were confused, even if it made them uncomfortable, it worked for me. And N stands for nurture. Thrivers nurture their resilience with boundaries and habits that sustain them. Thriving is not one big act of bravery. It is daily nourishment that keeps us strong. So let me repeat. Not all rules are bad, obviously. Thank goodness for safety guidelines and kindness and rules that just make our life easier, right? But so many of the rules that we treat as mandatory are actually wet monkey rules. They make no sense for you. When you live authentically, choosing what is true for you, instead of blindly following expectation and convention, You gain resilience, self-worth, and joy. So the big takeaway is this: defying convention is not about rebellion. It's about saying yes. Yes to creativity. Yes to fulfillment. Yes to health. And yes to living a life that is authentically yours. Thrivers do it every day. They identify the hidden rules, challenge them, align with what is true for them, and nurture their resilience daily. So now, it's your turn. What is one small convention that you will say no to today? Because when you do, you will open the doors to strength that you may not even realize you have. Saying no to convention, say this with me. Actually, I can. Let me hear it. Actually, I can. Thank you so much.
All right, let's give her one more round of applause. Are you all ready for our next speaker today? Awesome. Cindy Miller is a veteran of not one, not two, but 5 U.S. Women's Opens and LPGA Tours. Cindy Miller has made it her lifelong mission to relentlessly pursue her personal and professional potential. Her inspirational speeches, workshops, and signature executive retreats synthesize a lifetime of overcoming obstacles. With each new challenge, Cindy reinvented herself, unlocking opportunity in ways most people only dream of. One of Golf Digest magazine's top 50 women teachers in the US, and a certified behavior, motivation, and emotional quotient analyst, Cindy is uniquely qualified to equip you to unlock your potential and improve performance. Are you all ready to unlock some potential today? Yeah. All right, let's give Cindy a very warm welcome to the stage.
You're not good enough, Cindy. I have heard those words all over every year my entire life. When I was a walk-on at the University of Miami on the women's golf team, when I played on the LPGA Tour, and even 25 years later when I tried to qualify and make a comeback on the Legends Tour of the LPGA. You're not good enough. Have you ever had somebody say something like that to you? Maybe have you even said those words to yourself? I call those voices the committee of they. Yeah, I said the committee of they. Sometimes they sit on the sidelines and criticize everything you do wrong. Sometimes those voices are the whispers of those who talk behind your back. And sometimes it's the destructive voice that doesn't come from out there. It's that voice that comes from in here. And you know what? That committee of they didn't just come after me. It came after my husband. We happen to be the only married couple in the world that have played on all 4 major tours: the PGA Tour, the LPGA Tour, the PGA Tour Champions, and the Legends Tour of the LPGA. That voice of the committee came after him so relentlessly, he almost took his own life. But this isn't just about golf. This is about life. This is about believing in yourself, believing you're good enough. It's your job, your family, when you look in the mirror. How much do you love your job? CBS News reports that 55% of the people in the country don't even like their job. That's pretty sad. Staffing industry networks report that 56% of the people are looking for new jobs. And most times what happens is that people, it's not about the responsibilities and what they do, it's the lack of confidence, purpose, and hope. Let's talk about kids. National Institute of Health reports that social media, let's talk about that, not only reflects and affects kids, it affects adults. Irritability, lack of sleep, weight gain. We can go on and on and on. What about slipping grades? 56% of 4th graders aren't even reporting or achieving grade level. It's down from 69% that it was in 2019. So from 23 to 2019, it's down that much percent. And kids aren't even going to school anymore. 23% of the kids aren't even there anymore. I mean, can't your parents get your kids to go to school? And how many kids are majoring in something that someone else told them to major in? No, I mean, no offense. When I went to the University of Miami 1,000 years ago, because I'm pretty old, I was going to go major in business, and my roommate's like, no, you're going to be a golfer. You shouldn't major in business. You should major in phys ed. And I was like, yeah, it's probably better. I mean, I went to the University of Miami. I could major in underwater basket weaving. And I want to play golf, so why would I major in business? I should major in phys ed. So I did. I didn't even want to major in phys ed. I didn't even want to teach, and now I'm a teacher. Like, go figure, right? So again, how many kids are majoring in something that they don't even like, doing a job they hate? But this isn't about golf. This is about life. So the funny thing is, though, that golf mirrors life, because you're the one that's holding the club, and you dictate where the ball goes. Just like in life, you get to choose what you want to do. And the funny thing is that most really good tour players don't get super ticked off when they miss a shot, because if they figure out and think about the shot they just hit, the last shot, then the next shot is no good. And when you keep thinking about the bad shot that you hit before, you can't think about the next shot. So what I finally figured out is that if I can know what I did wrong the last time, I can fix the next one. Which, when I teach a lot of people in golf and business, Some of those people have called me the master of mulligans, which means I'm a leading expert at taking another shot, which is the big idea that I came to share with you today. So, the it box. What's the it box? Well, I've been through a lot of challenges in my life, and I somehow came up with this box, if you look at the slide over there. And this box happens to have 3 tools in it and steps that you need to take to get over it and to own it. So what is it? Your potential, your passion, and possibly your purpose in life. The first thing in the box is a nail. A nail? This traveling salesman was driving down the road in farm country. He sells seed to the Agway plant. He gets lost. He sees a driveway. He pulls down the driveway. He sees a farmer resting in his rocking chair. Sitting next to him is a black lab. He says, "Forgive me, but I got lost. Can you give me some direction?" Farmer says, "Sure." Go down here, gives him the directions, and he hears the dog like whining. He's going, "Wah." He's not sure if the dog is whining or growling at him, but he doesn't say anything. So he's getting ready to leave, and he hears the dog again going, "Wah." He goes, "Well, forgive me, but I have to ask you, what's the matter with your dog?" He said, "Oh, nothing. He's just sitting on a nail." Sitting on a nail? Why doesn't he get up? Because it doesn't hurt bad enough. Some of us have been sitting on a nail for a really long time. Some of us like to whine about the nail. "Oh, I don't like my job. I should lose 10 pounds. I should clean out my garage," which I should do, by the way. "I have too much stuff in the basement," and I do. "And I should do this." And sometimes I'm a little too grumpy. And sometimes I snap at people, and I should probably not do that. Did you know that we're motivated by one of 2 things? We either seek reward or we want to avoid pain. Most of my life, I've been motivated more by avoiding pain than seeking reward. What's that mean? Well, seeking reward, I want a new job. I'm motivated by making more money. I want recognition. Or I want to avoid pain. Could be physical pain, financial pain, or emotional pain. So we need to make a boundary. I've had enough. Stop it. Or I want something new. I want a new car, I want a new house, I want a raise, I want a promotion. So let me ask you, what are you willing to get off of the nail for? So if you choose to get off the nail, there's 3 steps. Number 1, define it. What's your nail? Number 2, make a decision to get off it forever. Like, I'm not doing this anymore, or I will do that forever. And then figure out the goal that you're going to achieve. So there's a young man that went to school in Buffalo, and his teacher is a friend of mine. She's on my board for my nonprofit where we help kids pursue their potential, their passion, purpose in life. And this young man was in her 5th grade class a long time ago, and he was real shy and quiet. And he didn't like to talk to the other kids in the class. And she's really a great teacher, so she and this other teacher would have typing contests with this young man. And this kid could type like faster than anybody, and he would kick their butts in typing. And she saw this young man's mother a month or 2 ago. And she said, "Heather, I just want to tell you that you have no idea how much you helped my son. He used to really be bothered by all the kids in the class bullying him. That was his big nail. And he was in 8th grade, and he came upstairs from the basement where he was playing a game online. He said, 'Mom, I need your credit card. I just won $2,000 playing a game online.' She's like, 'What?' 'Yeah.' She's like, I can't believe, what do you mean?' 'Yeah, I just made $2,000. Okay. He wasn't kidding. So then a couple years later, everybody was bullying him in school. He didn't like school. Then he won thousands of dollars online. He didn't let they intimidate him. He's now the number one, I can't tell you what the name of the game is. You would all know who he is, well, if you're younger and you play these games, champion. So he quit school. They didn't get the best of him. He got off the nail. Ha, ha, ha. Guess who's winning now? In fact, he's going to give us a little speech because we're doing a big conference at the Buffalo Bills Stadium, which happens to be where I'm from, and all the kids that we're bringing, 200 kids from high school, they're all going to know who this kid is. He didn't let them bother him. Anyway, second thing in the box is a mirror. So once you get off your nail, now you have to look in the mirror. Oh, really? Yeah. Now we have to see who we are. Sometimes we don't want to see the truth. So I've taught a lot of people at Microsoft and Pepsi and a lot of other big companies, and the hardest thing to do is see the truth. Sometimes I'm a little too bossy. Sometimes I need to lighten up, not be so harsh, and talk a little softer. I have to adapt my behavior. So because I'm certified in all these personalities, I get scary with someone that's really shy and quiet, so I have to like take a chill pill. So I kind of watch how they walk. If they walk really slow and quiet, I have to be nicer to them. Sometimes I want to punch them in the face, so I have to smile while I'm being nice to them. Sometimes it's really hard to do that when you're a competitive control freak, which like I am, but I have to try to do that. So looking in the mirror can be hard. Sometimes you have to change things. So when you get off the nail, you have to look in the mirror. What would you do if you knew you couldn't lose? I have a friend named Mike, and Mike was out to dinner with his friend, and his friend asked him, they were out to dinner, and he said, Mike, now Mike's a pastor at a church. He's been a pastor at a church a really long time. He said, what would you do if you couldn't lose? Mike said, I'd start a church for people who hate to go to church. I'm like, okay, why would you do that? Mike was a coach and a teacher at school. He never went to school to be a pastor, didn't know how to be a pastor, didn't have any money, didn't have a church. He started a church for people who hated church. Now, there isn't one church. There's 200 churches nationwide for people who hate to go to church. Go figure. So, again, it's never too late to take another shot. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care what you do for a living. Get off the nail. Look in the mirror. And then, last thing in the box, you have to plant a seed. So, I happen to be a Christian, even though I've been a very good girl and I haven't sworn today, but I typically swear like a truck driver. And some of my friends are sitting over here, shut up. I've been very good. Anyway, we went through a lot of issues. And I was going to counseling, and we were going to get divorced. My husband was going to kill himself, and there were times when I wanted to kill him anyway. And so I filed for divorce, and we didn't get divorced, but I was sitting in the counselor's office, who happened to be a Christian counselor, and I was whining and crying and moaning and groaning about Alan, about how much I wanted to kill him. And so the tears were going down my face, and the boogers were going in my mouth, and I didn't have any Kleenex. So the guy gets up, and he goes in the bathroom to grab me some toilet paper, and he hands me the toilet paper, and he goes, the Lord told me to tell you something. And I go, what? Just like a little brat. And he goes, he told me to tell you that he's planted a seed in your life. And he told me to tell you to quit digging the seed up to see if it's growing. He told me to tell you to put it in the sunlight and to water it. And shut up and give it time to grow. And if you do, there's no telling how good this is going to end up. And that was 27 years ago. And my husband has not had a drink since 1996. And he didn't commit suicide, and we didn't get divorced. And we have 7.5, almost 8 grandchildren coming in January. And since that time, I got good enough. I qualified to play on that Legends Tour where they told me I wasn't good enough. And those women said, well, Cindy, our sponsors want famous people to play in our tournament. And I finished second on that money list. And I'm now in the LPGA Professionals Hall of Fame. And I am in the Miami, University of Miami, where they told me I wasn't good enough and I was a walk-on. And now 50 years later, I got inducted in their Hall of Fame last year. And I just wrote a book called Take Another Shot at Business, Golf, or Life that's now an Amazon bestseller. So guess what? Cindy did leave the seed alone and watered it and put it in the light. So what I'm telling you to do right here, right now, and I'm on this TEDx stage. Who knew, right? That I could do this because I thought, no, nobody's going to want me. I applied to you don't know how many of these TED Talks. And I thought, nobody's going to want me because I'm not good enough. But guess who's good enough now? So what I'm telling you, you're not too old. You can always take another shot. They might have told you you're not good enough. You're not smart enough. You're too fat. You can't do this. You are good enough. So I dare you. It's time to take another shot, to own it. Own it. I dare you to do it. Let it rip. Go for it. Take another shot. Good luck.
All right, are we ready for our next speaker? Next, we're going to hear from Karen Cooper. She's a trauma-informed mindset and identity evolution coach for Gen X women who are so done dimming their light to fit into someone else's version of success. A former corporate powerhouse turned entrepreneur, Karen knows what it's like to do all the right things. Build a career, launch the business, check every box, and still feel like something is missing. Her clients often come to her tangled in self-doubt, perfectionism, and people-pleasing, wondering, is this really it? Karen's answer is always, you're not broken. You've just outgrown the version of you the world has told you to be. Through a powerful blend of deep mindset work, somatics, neuroscience, and identity evolution, Karen helps women unravel old conditioning and reclaim their wholeness. Her approach is rooted in lived experience, formal training as a certified neuroidentity evolution practitioner, and her gift for helping women feel seen, safe, and unapologetically themselves. Her mission? To help you come home to yourself, bold, expressed, whole, and finally free. She is also a mom of 2 young adult children and unabashed in her love of disco and corny jokes. Let's welcome her to the stage.
I want you all to take a deep breath in with me. Hold it. I don't want to grow up. Toys R Us games. Show of hands. Who's singing that jingle? Who remembers that jingle? Who used to be Toys R Us? You know you all. Doesn't it just make you smile? Doesn't it just make you feel good? Don't you feel a little bit childlike even too? Here's a fun fact for you. We were all Toys R Us kids at one point. Why? Because kids are born knowing how to do 2 things with Said from the beginning, the brain is wired for exploration, and creativity is a muscle we build. Play is a fundamental part of development that encourages problem solving and emotional regulation. Now I want you to think back for a moment. When was the last time you laughed so hard your belly hurt, and maybe even peed a little? Just a little bit. When was the last time you built a fort out of couch cushions? Or, like I used to, jump from couch to couch because, you know, the floor was lava. You couldn't go on the floor because you're going to get burnt by the lava. Or just made up silly songs and silly dances. There was not a care in the world when we did all this, right? We were young, we were free, we were stupid. Didn't matter. We weren't worried about judgment from other people. We didn't care what other people thought, what other people were saying to us. We weren't chasing likes, followers, validation. We weren't doing any of that. We were being fully free, fully expressed, fully ourselves. And we were alive with joy and play and wonder, and we had this spark about us. But then the world and society got a hold of us. And what happened then? Sit down, act your age, color inside the lines. And suddenly, being silly and ridiculous meant that we were spoken to like it was a bad thing. So we stopped being Toys R Us kids, and we stopped laughing, and we stopped being silly and ridiculous. We started dimming our lights. We started really caring about what other people thought and said to us. We tried to fit in. We stopped being our fully expressed, authentic selves. And guys, we got serious. Got a little boring, if we're going to be honest about it a little bit. And it kind of took a hold of us for a little while. I'm a proud Gen Xer. Well, you know what? Hold on a minute, okay? Here's the thing I want to say. I'm a proud Gen Xer, okay? I remember deeply going outside and playing until the street lights came on. I remember making up games like Ringalivia 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and Manhunt, and all those types of things. By the way, you know how we would get in touch with each other? We would call each other up on the phone that was attached to the wall with a long cord, and we'd actually have to like dial the numbers and go like this. Anybody else remember that? Okay? And we'd be like, okay, let's meet here at this place and this time. Here's the thing. We didn't care. We were left to our own devices. Nobody was paying attention to us. None of us cared at all. It didn't matter. Here's also a fun fact for you guys. I remember when the internet came to be. I am that old. Okay? Back then, we were like, what is this newfangled thing? Because you remember, we used to have to tape things off the radio, and hopefully the DJ wasn't talking over the song. You'll remember that, right? Okay? It was a simpler time. And the internet was like, what is this? What do you mean the internet? I don't understand what this is. So here's what happened. Fun fact, by the way, the internet was dial-up. You couldn't be on the phone and the internet at the same time. You're all laughing because you won't remember that. Okay? But here's the thing. We were excited about it. It was new. It was exciting. So what did we do? We flocked to it. What do we do when anything is new and exciting, right? We flocked to it. And when we flocked to it, it took away something from us, right? We stopped being imaginative. We stopped exploring. We stopped caring. And we stopped being imaginative. And you know what? We couldn't see what was coming. There's absolutely no way we could have been like, oh wait, we can absolutely see what's coming, right? Because we couldn't see that the kids nowadays, think about it, right? They're on social media 24/7. Everything is available to us all the time, right? Everything is curated. Everything is perfect. Everything has to go on social media. I mean, listen, I did it today myself too. I'm not gonna lie, I totally posted a picture of myself looking all fine like I do, putting it on the social media, right? But everybody makes it perfect and curated. And the thing is, we're not paying attention to what we're doing, right? And being present where we are. So kids have everything available to them 24/7 all the time. And you know what's happening because of that? They're starving. And they're not starving for food, ladies and gentlemen. They're starving to feel. They're starving to be who they were. They're starving to be themselves. Because what they're doing is chasing likes, chasing dopamine hits, endless scrolling, doomsday scrolling. And they're not exploring. They're not chasing lava. They're not jumping from couch to couch lava. They're not doing any of that. They're being pressured to be the next big thing and go viral. They're not being Toys R Us kids. And here's the thing, guys. Our minds, our kids' minds, our future leaders' minds, okay? They're being programmed all of the time, 24/7. I know, you're like, really true? But yes, okay? Have you ever heard the term garbage in, garbage out? Think about it. What do you say? What are you thinking about? Not just what do you say to yourself, what are you saying to other people for that matter? Okay? What are you consuming? And I'm not just talking about, we all endless scroll, we all do this, yes, in this day and age. But what are you looking at? Who are you talking to? Who are you surrounding yourself with? All of that plays a role in shaping who we are, and yes, that all gets programmed into our identity. So we are feeding the kids the garbage of the endless scrolling, the dopamine hits, the, oh my God, you have to be this, that, and the other thing. That's the garbage that's gonna get fed to them all the time, and that's what's gonna shape their identity. But, there's a big but here. If we feed our kids the garbage of, you are who you are, you're the best that you can be, creativity, joy, wonder, playfulness, silliness, being authentic to themselves, then that's what's going to get programmed into the mind, and that's what's going to shape their identities. Now, here's where the fun neuroscience comes in for all the people who like neuroscience. Okay? When a child is dysregulated and stressed out and white knuckling and going at it like this, they can't see a way out. They're stressed out, they're dysregulated, they can't see a way out, they can't see their perspective. And their prefrontal cortex, the prefrontal cortex, by the way, is the thing that helps with creativity and problem solving and joy, that gets completely and totally shut down. But, again, another big but. If a child feels safe in their body and they know how to regulate their nervous system, then it opens up a whole portal to possibilities and their perspective is completely and utterly changed. And this, by the way, isn't just true for children. It's true for every single one of us in this room and in the world. Think about it. When you're white-knuckling your way through life, when you're proving, fight me, prove this, right? And you can't see a way out. You can't see a different perspective at all. Your prefrontal cortex shuts down the same way a kid's does. So that's why Julia Roberts, by the way, had the right idea. Everybody who saw Pretty Woman maybe thought Julia Roberts was a little insane at the time, putting her foot in the grass. She had the right idea, because nature, play, movement, silliness, ridiculousness, breath work, those open everything up for everyone. Because here's the thing, guys, our brains are continuously growing. They're continuously learning, they're continuously expanding, and it's continuously building. So the question is, what are we actually building to it? And I want to point out something else too, by the way. If we get rid of curiosity, we're not just getting rid of laughter. We're getting rid of future dreamers, people who are going to break the rules, people who are going to be like, screw this is what I want to do because I know it's going to be amazing. People like Steve Jobs, right? Walt Disney. Walt Disney literally went to Orlando in a swamp and said, yes, I'm going to build a kingdom. And like people thought he was out of his ever-loving mind. But he had this vision. Steve Jobs. I'm being recorded now on an iPhone because Steve Jobs made an iPhone. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Think about the fact that if you're old enough to remember, you used to have to record things off of the radio, and here we could literally download music from our phone. It's crazy, okay? But they were innovators, they were leaders, they were rule breakers. They didn't give a crap what anybody said to them or what anybody thought. They just were originals. They weren't carbon copies. Because the truth is, guys, we don't need carbon copies. We need kids and people to be originals, to remember who they are, to shine like the disco ball like they are, to be original. That's why play, laughter, joy, ridiculousness is absolutely key, because that's what keeps the spark going and the spark alive. So how do we really prepare our kids for the future then? It's not by more apps. It's not by endless scrolling. It's not by the dopamine hits. It's not by comparison culture, because the kids are also, I want to be like this, but they're comparing their lives really to highlight reels. It's by fostering play. It's by fostering, oh my God, yeah, be curious, ask questions. It's by making sure they know how to regulate their nervous system. And by the way, it's also modeling this ourselves. And it's not saying stop asking questions. It's not shutting everybody down. It's being open to what's going on and all the portals of possibilities. And kids nowadays are starting to ask questions. They're like, you know what? They've seen us white knuckle our way through, try to survive, hustle, and not the dance, by the way. And they're like, I don't want any part of this. What are we doing with this? This is crazy. And they're forging their own way. And by the way, that's what our job is to do, is to nurture them forging their own way, to let them know it's okay to be themselves, to let them know it's okay to be safe and ridiculous and fun and be a Toys R Us kid no matter what, okay? So I want to share a personal story. You see up there, there's proof of it happening, okay? Last year for my birthday, I wanted to go roller skating, and I did, in a Disco Queen shirt, because I love disco. And people thought I was out of my ever-loving mind, which, by the way, I am, but that's a TED Talk for another day. But everybody was like, you're 56 years old. Why would you go roller skating at 56 years old? Because that's what society and the Matrix wants us to believe, right? Middle age is like doomsday. I was like, screw this. I want to go. This is what I want to do for my birthday. And I went. And I danced, and I skated, and I laughed, and I was silly, and I was a Toys R Us kid, and it was absolutely freaking amazing. Because here's the truth, guys. When levity leads the way, anything is possible. But we also take life way too seriously. The truth is, none of us are getting out of here alive anyway, so we might as well have some fun. So I want to ask you a question. When was the last time you were just silly and ridiculous, not a care in the world? Think about it. And if it's been a long time, know that it's okay to be silly and ridiculous, because when levity leads the way, anything is possible for us, ladies and gentlemen. 2014 study actually proves this. Research proves that levity for the win, because play isn't childlike. Play is really important, okay? Leaders who are more playful and more adding levity into their mix, they're trusted more, but people are more motivated by them. Okay, there's a lot of companies like Google and Pixar that are incorporating play into their everyday life. They're having dance-offs, they're having costumes with brainstorm meetings and things like that. Why? Levity isn't replacing seriousness. Levity is really all about, think about it, when you're in a serious mood, when you're in a bad mood, and then you start to laugh, how open and free do you then feel from it, right? That's what it's all about. That's what the future holds, okay? So this is my invitation to you. My invitation to you is this: laugh, play, be ridiculous, be fun, be a Toys R Us kid no matter what your age is, okay? Because joy isn't frivolous, curiosity didn't kill the cat. All of this is really the pathway to our future. I don't want to grow up, I'm a Toys R Us kid. Made you smile again. Maybe this time it brought up something that you hadn't thought about before. Maybe it connected you to something that you lost a little bit. What if I'm a Toys R Us kid wasn't just a commercial? What if it wasn't just nostalgia? What if it was an invitation? An invitation for you to remember who you were before the world told you who to be. An invitation to reclaim that spark, that joy, that wonder, that silly, that ridiculousness that we all have inside of us that needs to come out. What if I'm a Toys R Us kid, I don't want to, I don't want to grow up, I'm a Toys R Us kid. What if that wasn't just a jingle? What if that was the way forward for all of us? Thank you.
right. Are we ready for our next speaker? Nadine Akinyemi is a healthcare trailblazer whose leadership journey embodies the core of her TED Talk. With more than 28 years in healthcare, Nadine brings an unparalleled depth of experience across HIV/AIDS care, harm reduction, value-based service delivery, and systems innovation. Her work has redefined how care is delivered, not just to patients, but within teams, by integrating emotional intelligence, nervous system awareness, and relational trust into executive strategy and everyday operations. Nadine has presented her work on national stages, including the National Council for Mental Well-Being conferences with audiences of over 5,000 attendees. She's a frequent speaker at regional and local conferences where she's earned multiple awards for best practices in quality improvement and healthcare technology innovation. As a published author, certified patient advocate, and national speaker, Nadine is on a mission to redefine leadership, not as performance, but as a practice of presence, repair, and embodiment. Let's welcome her to the stage.
I want us to begin with a moment of reflection. Think back. Can you remember a time when you ignored the signals from your body? Maybe your head hurt, but you pushed through anyway. Maybe your stomach turned, but you smiled and you said, "I'm okay." Maybe your back was screaming, but you remained silent. We've all been there, ignoring the signals, powering through. But imagine this. You trip, and your brain ignores the signal from your foot that you're falling. There's no coordinated response. You fall hard, unprotected, injured. That's what happens when you lead from the neck up. No emotional intelligence guiding us. No awareness to catch us. Just reaction. Just disconnection. And that's the pattern so many of us are in right now. Most leadership happens from the neck up. Strategies, dashboards, policies. But here's the truth we don't always say. We are leading from bodies that are exhausted, disconnected, overwhelmed. And I've heard it in whispers. A brilliant executive once told me, "Some days I wish I had an accident just so I would have an excuse not to come in." That's not just stress. That's a body saying, "I can't carry this anymore." And it's deeper. It's trauma. 7 out of 10 of us in this room have lived through trauma. This is global. Trauma is not just what happens to you, it's what gets stuck inside when you don't have enough support. And when you ignore your bodies, others pay the price. Stress spreads, trust erodes, performance decreases. But here's the key. We don't just lead from strategy. We lead with the nervous system. Think about it this way. Your head is like your GPS, clear, rational, strategic. But your body is the engine, powerful, responsive, alive. You need both to move forward. And I say this, leadership doesn't just live in the head. Leadership lives in the body. Before I go further, let's try something together. Feel your feet on the floor. Now let your shoulders drop. Notice what your body is saying right now. Because your body often knows stress or safety even before your brain can explain it. That's not imagination. That's biology. Think of a time when your stomach knotted before a meeting or your jaws clenched before a hard conversation. That was your body speaking. But most of us, we've been trained to override it, to ignore it, to push through, to keep performing. The costs are real. 6 out of 10 nonprofit leaders report burnout, and 3 in 5 frontline staff say they are already burnt out. This isn't just about individuals. This is about systems. Systems led by bodies that are dysregulated, disconnected, and depleted. In the meantime, AI is getting faster every day, but real human presence, the ability to settle a room, to build trust in real time, that's what's disappearing. We've built systems that are efficient but not human, productive but fragile. And here's the results. Efficient, disconnected leaders. And disconnected leaders create fragile systems. Because real leadership isn't about control. It's about connection. And connection begins in the body. That's why you lead from your body, not just your head. But imagine something different. A leader walks in the room, and they don't just bring an agenda. They bring presence, attunement, awareness. And suddenly the room softens. People exhale, trust rises. That's not a soft skill. That's a survival skill. And cultures around the world have always known this. Maori leaders, they begin with presence. Ubuntu teaches, I am because we are. Indigenous circles starts with the body first. And in Japan, Hara says that wisdom lives in the belly. Across times, across traditions, one truth echoes. Leadership lives in the body. I didn't learn this in a book. I lived it. Post-COVID, 20 silent boxes on Zoom. The tension was heavy. I had my talking points, strategy, encouragement, but my chest was tight. My breath was shallow, and my throat was closing. I kept talking anyway. And the more I talked, the more disconnected we all became. Until I stopped. I took one slow breath and said, I feel the weight, the fatigue, the uncertainty. And in that pause, something shifted. Someone exhaled, the chat lit up, heads lifted, the whole room changed. That day, I stopped performing. We started connecting, and I realized that if I didn't feel safe in my own body, no one would feel safe either. That was the day I stopped talking about trauma-informed leadership. I started embodying it. Here's an example. A team leader walks into a meeting, shoulders tight, eyes scanning, arms crossed, guarded, ready to defend. In the past, I might have corrected her behavior, but that day, I chose stillness. I grounded myself. I breathed. I checked in. I attuned to what her body was already telling me. And slowly she shifted. Her shoulders softened. Her voice cracked as she whispered, "This is the first time I felt safe enough to say how I really feel in a meeting." She admits her struggles to trust. She confessed the pressure she carries to be perfect. She asked, finally, for support. And here's what's important. I didn't change the strategy. I didn't rewrite the policy. I didn't fix her. I changed the way I showed up. That right there is the power of embodied leadership. So, how do we begin? Let's try right here, right now. Take a slow breath in. Hold it. Exhale. Notice your jaw. your shoulder, your chest. Where is there tension? Where is there softness? Just one shift, your nervous system settles. This isn't mindfulness on the side. This is regulation in real time. One pause, one breath, one choice. No technology can do that. That's human presence. And science says even a minute reduces stress and sharpens clarity. So before we react, we connect, we respond. Here's our choice. We can continue to lead fragmented, heads racing, bodies numb, or we can lead embodied, grounded, relational, human. Because when we lead from our bodies, we don't just get through the work. We connect, we repair, we heal. Imagine boardrooms, classrooms, hospitals, governments, not beginning in frenzy, but in presence. Imagine decisions being made by leaders whose nervous systems are steady. Policies formed by bodies that are grounded. Relationships led by leaders who are whole. The future of leadership doesn't live above the neck. The future of leadership lives in the body. So let's lead from our bodies. Let's lead from presence. Let's lead from connection and watch what becomes possible. Thank you.
Let's go.
All right, that was wonderful. Can you believe we are almost halfway through our day together? We have one more speaker before lunch, Deanna Jean. Deanna Jean's Genius Zone is getting the room to shift. Are you all ready to shift? She's a veteran sales strategist, a master connector. She partners with high-growth organizations and purpose-driven leaders to build sales and successes from the inside out. Every talk is a collaboration shaped by your goals, the audience's needs, and is brought to life. From Fortune 500 boardrooms to global summits and women-led retreats, she takes the stage more than 100 times in the past 5 years. Whether there are 20 folks, 2,000 folks, or 20,000 folks in a room, her goal is always the same: deliver value and give unforgettable speeches. Let's give her a round of applause.
Do you remember what you were doing on March 23rd, 2016 at 11:13 a.m.? You sure? Isn't it interesting how there are certain moments in time that literally make it stand still? Moments that become so embedded in the fabric of who we are that we never forget them. For me, one of those moments was March 23rd, 2016 at 11:13 a.m. That's when the phone rang. And the voice on the other end of the line was clear, it was direct, and it was urgent. Deanna, this is cancer. And it's a very aggressive case. And you need to put together a medical team immediately. If you've ever experienced this type of diagnosis or this type of call before, you know how absolutely terrifying it can be. But on that day for me, there were two things that really knocked the wind out of me. One, I was only 34 years old and had no family history of breast cancer. And two, I was pregnant. Imagine. The day of my diagnosis, I was leading an amazingly, wonderfully chaotic life. I already had 2 small boys. My husband was an active duty military service member. We owned our own home. We had a rental property. We'd even invested in a franchise just a few months before my diagnosis. And to top it off, I was leading a tech sales team at the time. We were a little busy, but I loved our wonderfully chaotic life because it gave me the opportunity to show that I could win. And with one phone call, just one, my confidence was completely shaken. Because for the first time ever in my life, I faced a situation that I could not manage my way out of. For me, the gap came in the form of a breast cancer diagnosis. But for you, it might look like something different. Maybe it is the first time that you are navigating an adult crisis without the support of a parent or a guardian. Maybe it's an unexpected job loss. These are moments that I refer to as gap moments. And entrepreneurs, we know these moments well because these are moments that often make us question why we ever started a business in the first place. But today, I want us to lean into the idea that the gap is actually a gift. When I was diagnosed with breast cancer, being an entrepreneur was the furthest thing from my mind. You see, I was in college at the same time that Mark Zuckerberg was building Facebook. And if he would have stayed on at Harvard, he and I would have actually graduated from college the same year, right smack dab into what we now know as the dot-com boom. During that time, it seemed like anybody who was everybody was starting a brand new business. But me, it couldn't have been the furthest thing from my mind. I actually decided to jump into a career in sales. And to my surprise, I thrived there. There's something about being able to combine human connection with hard work that made me super successful. And for many entrepreneurs, that's how it starts. Not with a polished business plan or millions of dollars in seed funding, but it actually starts by doing the thing that we are really good at, or the thing that we love enough to get really good at. But the gap, The gap has a way of creating and taking away the illusion that we may have of success. Because when it comes to being an entrepreneur, it doesn't just come down to endurance. It doesn't just come down to doing the right thing every day. It requires a rewiring of your mindset to realize that the gap doesn't just take from us. The gap actually gifts us something back. 3 things, in fact. And those 3 things spell something really special. G-A-P. The first gift that the gap gives us is grit. During my breast cancer journey, there were many days when I did not see a path forward. But because I don't lose, I knew that I had to take it one moment, one step, one day at a time. This shows up for entrepreneurs too. Sometimes maybe it's the launch that falls flat. Sometimes it might be the quarter where the numbers don't add up. And there's research behind this. Kaufman Foundation tells us that entrepreneurs who succeed long-term are not the ones who avoid failure, but they are the ones who recover from it. Shifting that mindset from thinking about what you don't have to what you do have, that is what makes the difference, because the gap is the gift. The second gift that the gap gives us is allies. During my cancer journey, we had to engage allies at every point in turn, from my medical team to the people who were gonna help and support us with our boys, and even to make sure that my husband had a support system. The interesting thing about allies, though, is that entrepreneurs are the least likely people to ask for help. Can you imagine? Running a whole business and not asking for help. But the gap has a way of helping us realize that we can't do it alone. And there's research behind this too. Harvard Business Review tells us that collaborative leaders, those who lean into their networks and their allies, they are 4.5 times more likely to lead high-performing teams. Why? Because the gap is truly the gift. And the third gift that the gap gives us is perspective. Sometimes the gap will narrow our vision to be super minute, and that's actually a gift, because sometimes all we can see is the next step, or the next project, or the next 3 months. We don't always see the full staircase, but one step in front of another is just enough. And as you might imagine, there's research behind this too. So McKinsey tells us that when we are looking at entrepreneurship and we are looking at perspective, that the types of teams who lean into creating opportunities to create clarity more consistently and lean into flexible decision-making, those are the ones who outperform their peers by 30%. Why? Because the gap really is the gift. So yes, the gap can be extremely uncomfortable. It could actually even be terrifying. But at the end of the day, leaning into our gaps is really the best thing that we can do in order to achieve success. How do we know this? CB Insights tells us that 70% of startups fail. And they don't fail because the product is bad. They fail because of gaps. Gaps in leadership, gaps in collaboration, and gaps in perspective. Now imagine what would happen if instead of seeing those gaps as negative things, that we saw them as openings. Openings for grit to take hold. Openings for allies to step in. And openings to gain new perspective. Why? Because the gap really is the gift. You know, we all experience the gap in so many different ways. You don't have to be an entrepreneur to know what the gap feels like. Maybe it's the first time that you're part of a group project where everyone doesn't pull their weight. Maybe it's the first time that you hear no for a job interview. Whatever it may be, understand that nothing that you are experiencing hasn't been experienced by others before. And that when we lean into these gaps, they take root to create growth. Because failure is part of the gap. But how you identify failure and how you look at failure determines how successful you can be. Because you can determine that failure is final, or you can use it as fuel. So we're on a college campus today, and that's not lost on me. Because students, you experience the gap every day. The gap of becoming. The difference between the major that you chose and what you'll end up doing after graduation. The difference between who you are today and who you might choose to be tomorrow. You know, it can become very easy to believe that you should have it all together. But that is not realistic. It really isn't. Because at the end of the day, we all have gaps. So whether you decide that you are going to start a company or join a company after graduation, or whatever it is that you decide that you are going to do, remember, right now, the gift really is the gap that you are in. You know, when I received that diagnosis on March 23rd, 2016 at 11:13 a.m., I remember the fear, I remember the frustration, but what I really remember most is what happened afterwards. What I remember most is what happened when I allowed the gap in. And that's something that we can all take part in, and that's something that we can all participate in, because the gap really and truly is the gift. So, the next time that you find yourself in a situation where there is a gap, don't run away from it. Embrace it. Because that moment that you are so fearful of is likely the moment that is going to shape you the most. And that is not just a business strategy. That's not just a story. That is an idea worth spreading. Because the gap really is the gift. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause for all of our speakers. Are you all feeling inspired? Oh, that doesn't sound like a group that's feeling inspired. Are you all feeling inspired? You may also be feeling a little hungry. Lunch is to your right. It is grab and go. We have scheduled about 45 minutes to an hour for lunch, so please eat, but network. We have some amazing folks in the room. I'm already sensing lots of connections happening. And if you already don't know me, please say hi. Anyone in a TED Talk t-shirt can also answer any questions that you might have about the second half of our day together. Please don't go because we have some amazing dynamic speakers here after lunch as well. If you are a speaker or an organizer, please come to the stage before you go over and have lunch. We'd like to take some pictures, and we also have some certificates for the speakers as well. Thank you all so much. How was lunch? Awesome. I see some thumbs up. Very good. Are you all ready for some more TED Talk speakers? Oh, you all can do better than that. Are you all ready for some more TED Talk speakers? Okay. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Anthony Pasalacqua. He's made a name for himself shooting a basketball. From his advanced all-star days at Susan Wagner High School to being among the nation's best in three-point field goals per game at Stevens Tech. And now he's looking to spread his wealth of knowledge on draining the rock. Pasalacqua recently started giving individual basketball lessons through a new business called Shooting School. The Richmond resident, a 1,000-point scorer at both Wagner and Stevens, is providing instructions to boys and girls of all ages and hour-long sessions at the Bernawalk Jewish Community Center in Seaview. Let's give him a very warm welcome to the stage.
Check. All right. Thank you. In 2004, I walked into Wagner College as a basketball player. In 2012, I left here with my master's degree in education. And now in 2025, I get to come back up on the stage with a microphone. I'm really excited. It's a full circle moment for me, and I'm appreciative to be here with you guys. Since I left Wagner, I've been a teacher, a coach, a trainer, and now I'm a parent. And I learned something really important, and that is that kids today aren't really that much different than the kids that we used to be. We all acknowledge the fact that the world is changing around us, but what we don't want to acknowledge is that it's really us, the adults, that are changing. So my idea today is simple but powerful. And it's something that we don't talk about nearly enough, and that is, if we want to preserve curiosity, creativity, and innovation in our kids, we have to protect their space to be bored, struggle, and fail while being surrounded with supportive and caring adults. That is how creative, curious, and innovative kids are built. Not through perfect conditions, but through real ones. So, before I jump in and I talk about boredom, I just want to make sure that we're talking about age-appropriate things. So what we're talking about is age-appropriate boredom, struggle, and failure. That means we don't want to put our kids through traumatic situations, but we want to make sure that they're going through these things safely. And so what I'll do throughout the talk is I'll give you little examples so that we're all on the same page. So let's jump right in to boredom. When we talk about age-appropriate boredom, we're talking about unstructured play, no screens, no TV, no plan, waiting, wondering, and having nothing to do. I used to have an expression when I was a coach, when I was coaching kids to play basketball. I used to tell kids all the time, boring drills build great skills. Why did I say that? Because I know that the discipline and the focus that it takes to get through those mundane, tedious tasks is exactly what sharpens your mind and allows you to master a specific skill set. So when I mentally prepared the kids to push through the boredom, it changed the focus, and the focus became not getting bored. And that shifted them to be able to focus, and that focus is what creates growth. And the same thing applies beyond sports. Given unstructured play and no plan, a child's brain begins to create, imagine, and problem solve. And boredom becomes a spark for creativity and not a problem to avoid. A study in 2020 proves the same thing by Burke and Dunn. Given unstructured play and boredom increases cognitive flexibility and creativity. Basically, left alone with nothing to do, a child's brain is forced to invent. And before you know it, they build a fort with cushions, a game with sticks, or a storyline in the backyard. It's really quite impressive. But just when you think things are flowing and you've got it all figured out, a challenge arises. A sibling comes over and knocks over your blocks. An idea fails. And that's when boredom transforms itself into the next phase of the process, which is struggle. When we talk about age-appropriate struggle, we're talking about things like getting a new friend group, or learning a new concept in school, learning how to ride a bike, learning to tie your shoes or zipper up your jacket. I'll give you a quick story about a time where I faced a small struggle. We were at the final phase of building our basketball facility here on Staten Island called Jump Shots. And one of the last things that we had to do was we had to clip up these protective covers on the sprinkler heads around the building. You had to clip them, you had to paint them, and you got to go to the next one. So from the ground level, looking up, I said, no problem, I got it. So I went up, I clipped on the first one, I painted it, and just as I was about to go to the next piece, I looked around and I just became overwhelmed at how many were left to be done. So I got off the scissor lift and I left the building. I just left. So that's it. Okay? So when I got home and I told my dad, I said, like, you know, this is the problem. He said, don't worry, we'll bang it out, we'll get through it. The next day we went back, we put our head down, we got right to work. He did a couple with me, and then something really interesting happened. My dad had to go, and I decided I was gonna stay, and I finished the job. Why? Because somebody showed up to help me and get me on the right track and show me that I was doing it properly. I got into a flow and I got a little rhythm. And a lot of the times, that's really all that our kids need, is somebody there to help them get on the right track and get a little bit of momentum and learn how to get through the struggle. But here's the problem. Struggle makes a lot of people uncomfortable, especially kids. And when adults don't understand the true value of struggle, they step in and they do the work for the child. And that's really the worst thing that you can do. Because struggle is not the problem. Struggle is the process. It's what helps you build strength, focus, and grit. And when kids learn to embrace the challenge, instead of avoiding it, they become resilient and they learn to trust the process. Struggle is not a setback, it's the resistance that builds them up. And when you go through enough of it, you're bound to run into the next piece of the puzzle, which is failure. And failure is the worst of all, right? Because nobody wants to fail. And certainly, as teachers and coaches, we don't want to see our players fail, our students fail, and certainly not our children. Sarah Blakely is the owner and founder of Spanx, and she has her own masterclass. And in that masterclass, she talks about times during her childhood where her dad would sit her and her siblings down at the table, and they would say, "What did you fail at today?" And they would have that discussion. And he would always finish with, well, now make sure that you come back tomorrow with a different failure. Now, why would he do that unless he recognized that failure is really the beginning of the road to success? So when we talk about failure for our kids, we're talking about being told no, trying something and not succeeding, failing a test, or maybe not making a team that you want to make. I had been coaching a kid who was a good basketball player, and the mom came over to me and she said, you know, I want my son to play travel basketball. And I said, I think it's a great idea. He's a good enough player. You just got to send him to the tryouts. And she said, oh, tryouts. I don't know. I think I'm changing my mind. I don't want him to get cut. What if he feels like he's not good enough? And I guess that she was trying to protect his emotions, but here's the problem. When we shield our kids from failure, we rob them of the opportunity to learn from that failure. That tryout could have been a life lesson either way. It could have taught the kid that sometimes you don't get what you want in life right away, or that everything that you get in life you have to earn and work for, or that failure isn't the end. It's really just the beginning. But the fear wasn't the child's fear, it was the parent's fear. So, and we're seeing this more and more often as we go through this process. Adults, teachers, coaches, parents, we're stepping in too early, too often, and too frequently, when meanwhile, when it's age appropriate and supported, failure is really the greatest gift that we can give our kids. Because failure isn't the finish line. It's feedback in disguise. It's telling you that you're still in the game, you're still learning, and you're still reaching for your goals. The goal is not to avoid failure, it's to normalize failure, to rinse and repeat through the process of boredom, struggle, and failure until it becomes second nature. The more we can get our kids to experience failure and recovery, the less scary it becomes. And then failure, it doesn't even become seen as failure anymore. It's just another way that didn't work, and now they're one step closer to a way that will work. So we just have to remember that being supportive doesn't mean removing the fall. It means helping kids learn how to get back up again. And we've talked a bunch about supportive and caring adults throughout the talk. So what does it mean to be a person who helps kids grow through boredom, struggle, and failure? I have 4 different ways that are very powerful that you can start doing today. The first one is we have to be better at celebrating progress and not perfection. We are becoming an extremely result-driven society. Coaches want wins. Teachers want high scores on standardized tests. Parents just want results. They don't care about the middle ground. We have to be able as adults to encourage kids to do the things in the middle, because we know that if they do those things, they will eventually see success, and we have to start praising those efforts. We have to allow the kids to sit in the struggle. I think what a lot of folks are missing is that when our kids sit in the struggle, that is when they best learn how they learn. And the faster we can get them through that process, the more efficient they'll be and the better they'll be able to critically think later on. Modeling our own imperfections. Every day we all face different struggles and failures. Being able to allow our kids into that world, whether you're a teacher or a coach or a parent, allowing them to see how you handle those situations. What do you do when you're struggling? What do you do when you're failing? How do you get through that? And modeling those behaviors, because they will mirror us. And then last but not least is being present, being fully present. We live in a world where it's very unique. We're on 24 hours a day. You got your email is always on. You're doom scrolling and you're watching your favorite Netflix show all at the same time. It's intense, but if we really want to engage with our kids, we have to make eye contact, we have to ask quality questions, we have to sit with them in their boredom and their struggle and help them through it, and help them feel seen and let them feel heard. That's how you fully engage. And when you do those things, something beautiful happens. Through the connections that you're making, you start to guide them without even realizing it. So here's what I learned as a coach, a teacher, a trainer, and a parent. Kids don't need us to protect them from the struggle. They need us to help them find success inside the struggle. It's not our job to carry them through. It's our job to pick them up, brush them off, and let them know that they're a little bit stronger than they were the day before. That's what true support looks like. It's letting them know that failure isn't final, and that progress, even if it's tiny, is still progress. And when we celebrate that progress with them, and we help them do something that's difficult and hard, and they feel what it's like to come out on the other side, that feeling is addicting. And they start craving it, and they start chasing it, and they start owning it until they become strong, curious, creative, and innovative kids, which in the future leads them to that entrepreneurial mindset that everybody's seeking within them, not because we gave it to them, but because we helped them unlock it for themselves. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, that was amazing. Another round of applause. Thank you so much, Anthony. Our next speaker is Janie Ho. She is a former deputy editor, growth and audience development manager at the New York Daily News. She's also an adjunct professor at NYU, Boston College, Pratt, and also taught at Columbia Journalism and the School of Visual Arts. She's a former news and lifestyle journalist with GQ New York Magazine, Business Week, and CBS News. And at LinkedIn, she was the go-to C-level events producer for 150 plus events. Her templates and plans were scaled globally for the highest revenue and strategic accounts team. She combines tech, creative, and journalism skills to train companies in content, marketing in the hospitality space, and has been given restaurants and nightlife writer for New York Magazine and GQ. Let's give her a very warm welcome to the stage. Welcome.
We do some work for the money and some for the honor and privilege of doing the work. And if you're lucky, you get to do both. So what do you do? It's one of the first questions we're asked. What do you do for a living? I've been lucky to do work in some of the bigger industries that the city is known for. Big media, big tech, big academia. And I'm ready to go with that question because that's one of the easiest ways that people feel like they know your whole life in a nutshell and what you do every day. So what do you do? How we spend our days is, of course, how we spend our lives is, of course, how we spend our days. A Pulitzer Prize winning author, Annie Dillard, once said. So how we spend our time and how we our approach to everyday life is important. Our life is in the everyday. It's not just in the milestones. So our approach matters, but how we adapt is more important. Adaptability is one of the top 5 skills that LinkedIn put out just this week from their chief economist in the age of AI. And the reason why you need to adapt is because change is coming fast. The World Economic Forum said that 60% of all business will be transformed in 5 years, in 2030. In those same 5 years, McKinsey said that 30% of jobs will be completely upended and 60% will be highly impacted by AI. The World Economic Forum also said that AI will further increase the income inequality gap, and this is significant. In Staten Island, we tend to be skeptical of some change, and this adaptability is important, especially when you're in a suburban area. James Otto, the former borough president, in an opinion piece in City and State magazine once said that Staten Island can be its own worst enemy sometimes. We let ourselves be defined by cartoonish depictions of ourselves in reality TV, Super Sweet 16, Mob Wives, The Jersey Shore. And that can really hinder growth for us. So in Staten Island, what we need to do is embrace the adaptability mindset. The 3 top heads of the bigger colleges in Staten Island, Wagner, CSI, and formerly at St. John's, they all got together 10 years ago and wanted to start a consortium to boost college attainment here because they noticed that in Staten Island and in smaller suburban areas, people tend to be a little more insular, and that hinders growth, not just for you, but for everyone around you. And what they said at the time, that they hear everyone saying that they don't need to go to college, and they tend to go, in Staten Island, they tend to go more into trades and less into academia. And while that's good, that is not as good if that's not what you want to go into. But the college attainment here is, we lag quite a bit in all the boroughs. Staten Island is number 4 out of 5, only beating the Bronx. The New York City Center for Future Work, which studies economic mobility and economic growth, they found that people with a bachelor's degree in New York City, they out-earn high school graduates by double. And this gap is only going to increase, further exacerbated by AI in the next 10 years. So how do we get this adaptability? It's called an entrepreneurship mindset. You don't need to be an entrepreneur you don't need to have a store to have the entrepreneur mindset. It's a difference of having a fixed mindset versus a growth mindset. And what does that mean? Having a fixed mindset is saying, this is too hard, I can't learn this. And a growth mindset is saying, I can adapt, I can train my brain. It's from saying, I'm seeing all this success on Instagram from everyone else, and the growth mindset is saying, I don't think that is real. I'm pretty sure that they're just sitting at home like I am. So there's a lot to break down with having the fixed and growth mindset, and there's a lot of benefit to trying to adapt. In teaching at NYU, FIT, I had to adapt myself. Even from making the slides on Friday to teach social media, just like AI, all of this is coming out now. So we're all learning it together. I just need people who are a little more savvy need to make sense of it faster. So I would have to make the slides on Friday, and by Sunday they're out of date already. So I had to adapt myself. And what we see in the growth that we need what we see in the growth that we need in these smaller communities is that it can hinder our growth when we have big companies, we have lots of networking events, and we have lots of co-working spaces that are needed in places like Staten Island, and they're overflowing. They have events every day in tech, AI, healthcare, education, tied with AI, and they're overflowing with waiting lists, even in Jersey, even in Brooklyn, where the rents are higher than Staten Island, but they don't want to come here, and maybe because Staten Island has a little more of an insular mentality. So embracing this growth mentality would help everyone on the island grow quite a bit. I had to adapt to all of this when I worked in journalism versus LinkedIn. In journalism, there's not a lot of training, there's not a lot of tech teaching. We had to teach ourselves. And I've worked at some of the bigger ones, the New York Daily News, CBS, ABC, Business Week. And when I moved to LinkedIn into tech, it was nothing but training. And what they say is that when you leave, your career growth is much steeper because we are training you every day to learn, even time management, even meditation. And they know that it's not just for your personal life, but it's for your professional life as well. So this constant mindset of learning and being able to adapt is important. So we have two footprints. You have a digital one and a physical one. The physical one is how people know you in your personal life and your work. Your digital one is how people know you online. And the second one can have far greater effects. And it's important that we adapt to all of this because a stagnant mindset can contribute to cultural inertia. When clients used to ask LinkedIn executives, what happens if we train our employees and they leave? And they said, well, what happens if you train them and they stay? You cannot have a population, let alone a company, where everyone is not trained and they remain stagnant, because with AI, everyone else is getting incrementally better, and that gap becomes wider as you continue. Why is this hard? There are a lot of challenges just in our society that are preventing us from having this growth mindset. There are two that come to mind: the negative cognitive bias and the proliferation of digital communication being the only way that we communicate. The negative bias is our tendency to gravitate towards what the negative is, and our brains do that to protect us. But like a LinkedIn executive said, what if when you're having an argument, you assume the other person is correct? Just assume that. The negative bias combined with our tendency to do everything over digital, over emails, over Slacks and DMs, that can give us a very high anxiety-prone mindset, which is really hard to want to adapt, which is what we have to do to embrace the change that are coming to all of our jobs pretty quickly. For example, in 2005, an NYU study found that the tone that you have in your email is rarely the tone that people receive. On top of that, and that was in 2005, so in 20 years, are we communicating more by digital? Not just emails now. Now it's nothing but Slacks and group chats and DMs. And when you communicate with proliferation of digital only and the negative bias, people get very wary of checking any messages and wanting to learn, really. Does that sound like an environment where you think you could try to grow in this kind of environment? In a University of Missouri State, a Missouri State University study also found that periods are also found to be hostile. It's called hostile punctuation, or are you a hostile punctuator now? If you have a period, it now means anger. So do you want to go to dinner? Okay, period. I'm sorry, where was the exclamation point? Do you actually want to go to dinner? So combine these two, and this gets personal too, because we as a society are becoming more insular and more aggressive and agitated. This was in a cover story of The Atlantic magazine called The Antisocial Century. They specifically did not call it the loneliness century because we are choosing to be lonely. And we tend to be because of that, because if you're always on your devices and we grow numb by these curated feeds and chatbots, you will become more aggressive and more isolated. And this epidemic of loneliness was spoken about by the US Surgeon General. And they found that even young people, actually most young people out of every demographic, profound loneliness most of the time, 61%, more than the 36% of every other demographic, because their minds haven't formed those kinds of relationships yet. So we have all these challenges in society, being the negative bias and the proliferation of digital-only communication. But there are ways that we can try to mitigate this. You don't have to learn AI all at once. You don't need to be an engineer. You don't need to know the technical aspects. You just need to say, you can use it as a friend. Ask it your relationship problems and simple things of your everyday. Now you get more comfortable and you ask it, what can AI do in my industry? What can AI do in marketing, in accounting? And say, what are the best companies doing? What tools are they using? And it is that simple. You only are 1 or 2 years behind the people who you should be learning from. And all of this is free, so to learn online. So it's just choosing evolution over skepticism. And here's the danger if we don't learn, because life moves on with or without us. We can tell ourselves that we don't need to learn a little bit more digital, or that you don't need digital or social presence, or that you don't need to change the way that you fight because that relationship will still be there. But the stories that we tell ourselves may prevent us from living our best lives. So this gets personal because it inhibits growth and it contributes to the cultural inertia that's kind of put upon us by this loneliness epidemic and our inability to grow and learn, which is something that we have to do with other people all around us. And being in a smaller insular area, it would be important for smaller suburban areas to develop this mindset. So the way that we can do this, there's plenty of free things specific to New York City. And here's the way that I use them. There are free classes. I'm not someone who can learn by myself. Free classes in over 200 libraries. We have free webinars, which I use religiously, SCORE, Wix, General Assembly. Your favorite experts do free tutorials. They want to sell you something at the end, but you can do the free things on your own. And even free networking, Meetup, Eventbrite, Facebook events, weekly tech talks, and sometimes they have free pizza. You should bookmark these things. They're all free, and you need to have people with you who want to learn the same way that you do. And even following people on LinkedIn. The best experts give away a lot of free information on LinkedIn and Facebook groups. Facebook groups is actually a hidden gem if you don't use it for every aspect of your life. I've had people debug my website. I've had plumbing issues where the water is leaking right now and the plumber can't understand it. I had to go into the group and they fixed it. You have experts in every single group. I have hired at the New York Daily News about 25 people, some of them senior level, for free, very quickly. all from Facebook groups, the niche groups that you have on these social platforms, and they may not always be free. Gary Vaynerchuk said that. You can post and get a lot of reach and have a business, and I owe a lot of my career to Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and he has said the same thing. It will not always be free, and you will not always have all of these resources. So you should take advantage of it while you can. If you've ever hired senior people, you know that that's actually pretty expensive and pretty hard to do. So leveraging all these free things. And you don't have to get everything all at once. You just get a small portion of it from learning AI and learning a little bit and networking with the people who have the same mindset if that's not in your suburban area. It's because life goes on with or without us, and the tech savvy will proliferate, as those studies had shown, and they were warning us that those with the AI, people who know how to use AI will replace you, where not exactly the AI replacing you as a machine. And so we do some things for the honor and privilege of doing it, and if you can adapt to this new AI and learning mindset and entrepreneurship mindset, you can consider yourself one of the lucky ones as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, are we ready for another speaker? Melissa Mendoza is the Associate Director of International Student Services at Dickinson University, where she supports students through the academic, cultural, and emotional transitions that come with studying far from home. With a bachelor's in political science from the University of Washington and a master's in administrative science from FDU, she's built a career rooted in advocacy, empathy, and empowerment. As an educator, advisor, and former adjunct professor, Melissa thrives in helping others find their footing, especially during seasons of change. She also advises a Filipino-American student organization celebrating culture, identity, and connection. Let's welcome her to the stage.
Have you ever wondered what life was like before we had Google Maps in our pocket? We used to hop on the computer, type in an address, and print out line by line instructions on how to get to where we had to go. We had to plan ahead. And then we'd get into the car, and then we would just hope that we wouldn't miss a turn. And if we did, curiosity became our compass. We'd have to explore. We'd have to discover our way back. Some of us would take out a map, try to figure out exactly where we are. Others would roll down our window and ask someone for help. Do you remember rolling down your window? This is before power windows. And as you can see, I'm on the right side of the road, so I'm lost. I'm lost in this scenario. I'm lost in Japan. Imagine being lost in Japan, trying to find your way, and using curiosity as your compass. That's what curiosity does. It forces us into exploration. And when used with intention, curiosity can be our superpower. In 2007, a group of researchers conducted a very clever experiment. This is at MIT. They took 64 preschoolers and introduced them to a toy that they designed. It had 4 features. It could light up, play music, squeak, and it could also reflect back as a mirror. They took the group of 64 preschoolers and divided them into 4 groups, taught them one feature, but in 4 different ways. Group number 1 was taught one feature and then left to play. Group 2 taught the feature until the demonstrator was interrupted and had to leave. Group 3, they were taught an accidental discovery and then left to play. And finally, group 4 had no demonstration at all. The outcome? Group number 1, the group that only learned the one feature and was left to play, they played less and discovered less than groups 2, 3, and 4. So the lesson, when we're given direct instruction, when we're given a roadmap, curiosity takes a nap. But when we're given the freedom to explore, we find ourselves in discovery mode. So today, I'd like to teach you a very simple mindset shift to help us activate our curiosity. I call it the let me see method. Simple, 3 words, 3 syllables, followed by a goal. So let's break it down. Let. Let means allow. Allow yourself, give yourself permission to try, to say yes. Me. Who? Me. Not you, not the person next to you, not my family, not my friends, just me. I own it. I'm the judge. I'm also the jury. That's ownership. And finally, see. See the possibility. It implies action. This is the discovery. See the possibilities and see what you can do. Curiosity is based on what you're capable of and what the possibilities are. So if you try, maybe you'll succeed. And if you like it, you'll try it again. And that's where passion is born. Now, I didn't have to go very far to test out exactly how curiosity works. I only had to go to my own house. My 2 daughters, I call them my little geniuses. When they were young, I taught them I didn't teach them. I introduced to them an invention that we call today the iPhone. Okay? This is back when the iPhone still had the lock screen button on the front. This is the era I'm talking about. Do you remember that? I watched them firsthand figure out how to turn on the phone, screenshots, go through the apps, download apps, subscribe to apps. I also watched them learn how to play videos, YouTube videos. Soon, before you know it, my little geniuses were touching everything in the house. The refrigerator, the microwave, even our car dashboard had handprints because they believed it was just another touchscreen. They were curious. And soon, my little geniuses, the learners, became the teachers. Like, I didn't know that when you use the camera on your phone, if you press that center button down, it takes consecutive photos. I didn't know that until one day I was at work and my little geniuses created a folder for me, and I opened it to see hundreds of selfies of these angels. I'm convinced they were the lead engineers for burst mode. And I think Steve Jobs would have been thrilled with their curiosity. Steve Jobs actually said at a Stanford commencement address, you cannot connect the dots going forward. You can only connect them looking backward. Those dots are curiosity. In fact, Steve Jobs enrolled in college in a calligraphy class. That was one of his dots. He didn't have any real reason to take the class other than he was curious. He was fascinated with the artistry of lettering, and that dot
helped him to design the Macintosh later. He took us from plain block-style text to fonts with personality, all because he was curious. And we all know Elon Musk, the entrepreneur, the engineer, the man who sends rockets into space. But did you know that Elon Musk learned programming at the age of 12? He sold his first game for $500. That curiosity as a child only grew into bigger questions. Do all cars need gas? Can we reuse rockets? That type of curiosity is what brought us Tesla, SpaceX, and a new way of imagining the future. Now, one of my favorite stories on curiosity is actually one of science. His name is Alexander Fleming. In 1928, this scientist discovered mold in a petri dish. Mold, do you know what I do when I see mold? I throw it away. I'm not looking at it. But Alexander Fleming said, let me discover what's going on here. Let me study this. Let me see. And he found that this mold was killing all the bacteria all around it. That curiosity helped him discover penicillin, one of the most widely used antibiotics. That curiosity helped science. It also helped save millions of lives. Now, I don't want you to mistake curiosity for FOMO, the fear of missing out. FOMO is fear-based. Curiosity is possibility-based. Fear-based FOMO says, what if I miss the moment? And curiosity says, what are the possibilities? I'm going to share you a personal story. About 4 years ago, I learned how to ski. Yeah, a woman my age learned how to ski. It wasn't my first time skiing, though. I'd actually skied once before that, and I was bad. I failed miserably. And I would say that I went that time out of FOMO. I went along to go along. Other people were going, and I said, yeah, why not? Let me try. And let me tell you, when you have to focus on pizza and French fries, you get hungry. So I did not do well. A year later, I decided, okay, I'm going to do this. I want to show to myself and to my little geniuses that you can pick up a skill at any age. It doesn't matter. You can try it any time. So I said, let me ski. Let me see if I can ski. So I took the best ski instructor that I could find. I repay him with home-cooked meals by letting him choose the music when we're in the car. And I always let him win. Every game, every board game, I always let him win because he's good, he's competitive, and I needed to learn how to do this. So together we skied, just the two of us, we powered our way. And guess what? I can ski. Now I'm not saying I'm on the Black Diamond, because I'm not, but I'm also not on the bunny hill. I'm on the green, okay, and I can ski at night, and I can let other people ski around me. And to this day, I will never admit to you whether I cried through this process because we're on the mountain and there is condensation. I can prove condensation, but you can't prove crying. Now, you don't need to go skiing or go to a lab to test curiosity for yourself. I actually invite you to go to your local Starbucks. Does everybody here know what Starbucks is? Now, I want you to go to Starbucks, and if you could do this, order a white chocolate mocha with cinnamon dolce syrup, some whipped cream, and maybe some cinnamon powder on top. You just ordered a cinnamon toast crunch latte. It's not on the menu. It's not printed anywhere. It's not official. The Starbucks secret menu has been around for years. It's just a beautiful, big list of customer creations. People who went in and said, let me see what happens if I mix a little bit of this with a little bit of that. Like, imagine one day somebody went in and said, you know what? Today I want a vanilla bean frappuccino, but no milk, just sweet cream. And you know what? Throw in half a pineapple refresher. Bam, we have a Dole Whip frappuccino. That's not a drink order, that's chemistry. That's science. So every day, a multi-billion-dollar coffee company gets reinvented, all because people go in and say, let me see what happens if I try this with that. So my challenge for you today, I leave you with the Let Me See challenge. In the next 30 days, I hope that you can try something that you'd like to try, that you'd like to explore. Take inspired action. To help you, I have 3 special rules. Rule number 1, let's Marie Kondo this. Do you know who Marie Kondo is? Marie Kondo gave us the art of tidying. She taught us how to organize, how to look at a space with intention. She is very mindful. She's very curious. She's also very demure, but she's a lot curious. She says things like, I don't know if I need expired coupons. Does this spark joy? Except for you're going to ask, does this spark curiosity? And if it does, you're on your way. Rule number 2, you're the new elf on the shelf. Do you ever notice that when kids wake up the next morning and they see the elf on the shelf, they're amazed. They're like, wow, how did this happen? How did this move? And everybody looks around and they're like, I don't know. No one's gonna know. They're gonna know. No, they're not gonna know unless you tell them. It's up to you. The point is, how you move is up to you. And if you want other people to know, you can tell them. Or if not, you don't, because you own this. You make the rules. And lastly, rule number 3, have fun. Play pickleball. Play pickleball. In 1965, 3 dads from Bainbridge Island, Washington, they were tasked to entertain. And I imagine in my head that these were 3 dads who were probably a little panicked because they had to entertain for the summer. So they went into their homes and they came out and they came back with ping pong paddles and a wiffle ball. And bam, we now have pickleball. All because 3 dads said, let me see what happens if I combine elements of these games. We now have a new game. My town has pickleball courts now. So play pickleball, have fun, and be playful. So lastly, I do want to leave with this thought. Do you ever notice that when you have to go to sleep at night, you actually have to pretend to go to sleep? Like you literally put your head down, close your eyes, and pretend to sleep. And before you know it, you've fallen asleep, it's morning. That's a lot how this Let Me See challenge works. You fake a little bravery, you pretend, and before you know it, you're exploring, you're discovering, and you're seeing what you're capable of. And hopefully, you do it again, because that's where passion is born. And hopefully one day, you change those 3 words, let me see, to 3 new words, I did that. Thank you.
She has inspired me to play a little pickleball later on this evening. I cannot believe that our time together is coming to a close. I'm about to introduce our last speaker. He happens to be one of my favorite people on Staten Island, by the way. Totally biased. Ranti Agule is the current director of MAP, the Mayor's Action Plan, with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety. He's a dynamic leader and a passionate advocate for public safety and youth development. He began his journey 25 years ago when he participated in a life-changing global trip to Croatia, where he worked with Bosnian refugees. This transformative experience helped shape his worldview and set him on a path of civic engagement and global citizenship. As a global kids leader, Ranti attended the UN World Youth Forum in Vienna, Austria. In 1996, made 3 additional trips to Croatia, leading workshops for war-affected youth and refugees. His involvement in the program and video project, Urban Voices, further demonstrates his commitment to community service. In recognition of his efforts, Ronti received the Catalog for Giving Urban Heroes Award. Let's give him a round of applause and a very warm welcome to the stage. Ronti.
Thank you. Thank you. As the director of the Mayor's Action Plan of Neighborhood Safety, my job is to organize residents around public safety issues in their community. Currently, I work with 30 NYCHA developments to co-create and co-design what public safety looks like in their community. I always say this statement: you can't have the public safety without the community that lives there. You have to center them. And when you talk to residents in these communities, they have a really broad consensus of what public safety is. Public safety is not just a cop on the corner. It's not just jail cells, right? It's not just statistics. It's about making sure the environment that residents inhabit is clean, that they have great lighting, they have economic stability and opportunity. There's places for young people to thrive and be their best selves. That's what public safety looks like when you talk to residents. And so MAP uses this centerpiece mechanism called NSTAT, Neighborhood Stat. And what Neighborhood Stat does, it brings together residents, nonprofits, and city agencies to come together and discuss what safety priorities look like in specific communities. Because historically, government hasn't been a good partner to residents. Historically, what government does is they show up in community and say, we're gonna do for you, without even asking residents what they need to feel safe. If I asked everyone in this room today, name one thing that you need to feel safe, everyone is gonna have a different opinion of what safety looks like. And so that's our viewpoint and our approach when we deal with community. So in these 30 communities, what my job is to do is to work with 15 residents to talk about harms that are happening in real time in community. And it's our job to strategize in real time and mitigate those harms. So you have residents who've lived in these communities for 30 years. Of course they know what to do. Of course they know what to do. So it's using the lived experiences, the ingenuity of community to come up with solutions to drive, right, public safety the way we need it to. And we know the underlying drivers of public safety is really poverty. That's what we're talking about. Now, so that's my job in a nutshell. But what I spend most of my job doing is helping residents navigate city systems, understanding city systems, making sure residents are able to advocate for themselves. So a lot of my time is spent investing on building residents' core competencies. So I'm talking about leadership development, civic participation, you name it. I work tirelessly with my colleagues to inform residents, to empower residents, and to give them the tools they need necessary to thrive. But one thing keeps coming up for me. The time that we spend investing specifically around leadership development with older adults is kind of alarming with me, because you have residents who've lived in these communities, they know what they need, but a lot of times they've never been given the opportunity to lead anything. They've never been given the opportunity to actually be brought into the table and say, hey, your voices matter. You're valued here, right? And so that's why my time has spent so much time investing and building in their core competencies, which brings me back to when I was a young person, something happened. I'm wondering, why do I have all these adults who don't feel like they're leaders that live in these communities? They are leaders. I see them as leaders. And I realized something. I was afforded to that most people weren't. I was given an opportunity to lead at a very young age, and I was also given the opportunity to have a mentor. Those are two different things. And a lot of times we confuse them. We say, we need a mentor for our young people, because if we have a mentor for our young people, that's gonna get them where they're gonna go. Yes, a mentor can help you, can validate you, can give you courage, but it's life's experiences that are gonna shape and mold you and make you the person you are. So when you heard about those trips to Croatia, when I was 14, 15 years old, after the Dayton Peace Accords were signed, and I'm a kid that lives in Park Hill Apartments, and I'm going to talk about peace education and things like that, you better believe that changed my trajectory. I was a C average student. And when I came back to class and we're talking about the Balkan region and they're reading from a book, but I can actually tell you what's really going on, it makes my education that much more real. It made me confident. I wasn't a valedictorian at that time. I had a 75 average, but somebody still said you're valued. So, before I even get to this, public safety, I want to do one more thing with the public safety. I told you residents know what they need. In the National Library of Medicine that was just published, it said, taking vacant lots in communities that have high levels of violence and greening them drops crime by 30%. I'm gonna say that again. Taking vacant lots in communities that have high violence drops crime by 30%. That's more than any cop on a block. And you know who comes up with these strategies? Residents. So residents with experience will create great ideas. Now, let's go back. So when I meet with a lot of these residents and I'm trying to build with them and use their lived experience, it just dawned on me. If their experiences are limited to their block, how will they be able to come up with solutions that are really broad enough to really change policy and change their everyday life? Right? So your experiences will help to teach you and to lead you and to make you better. It says 30% of young adults say they don't see themselves as leaders. 35 young women identify as non-leaders versus 26% of young men. And 44% say they rarely or never took on leadership roles growing up. That's really hard for somebody like me who grew up with parents from West Africa, Nigeria. Because if you know anything about Nigerian parents, you are gonna do chores. You're gonna do chores. There's no way that your mom's gonna be in the house, she's cooking, and you're not washing the dishes, right? You're gonna do something. So for parents in the room and educators, it's very important. Even the minute things that you can do at home to give your children leadership opportunities, please do it, because it does build confidence. It absolutely does build confidence. And another data point that I'm gonna share with you, and these data points come from the University of Illinois that studied the decline of leadership in our cities. It says that 83% of young people globally believe their governments have failed them. And governments are just people. It's just people controlling the systems. So what that really is saying, we are failing the next generation of leaders. So by the time they get to me and they're adults, and we're trying to solve and mitigate crime and harm and systemic racism and oppression and over-policing, how do we become creative if we don't have these experiences? So it's not just about having a mentor, it's also about creating eye-opening experiences to cultivate young people. That's what this is about. And when you put those two together, you have this thing called the leadership multiplier effect. When you have mentorship mixed with experiences, you multiply leadership in these communities that we're talking about. That's how you get me today. That put together is how you see me here today. So, I grew up in Park Hill Apartments. My parents are from West Africa, Nigeria. I have 3 siblings. My older brother made it to the NFL. My younger sister's a doctor. And my older sister, who's hearing impaired and also have cognitive disabilities, also went to college. So I had a lot of things that I had to do in my house. But even there, I was still an underachiever. I wasn't really the strongest academically. I joined a program in Curtis High School called Global Kids. And when I joined that program, they told me, hey, we don't care that you have a 75 average. We want you here. You deserve to be here. Your voice is just as valuable as somebody who has a 99 average. That was a powerful thing to tell me. That's a powerful thing to tell a young person, that it's not about the grades, it's because you come from God, you deserve value. Everybody deserves value. That was so important for me. So 1, I had a mentor who told me I was valuable. And then 2, I had a mentor who put their money where their mouth is. They said, we see you so valuable, we think you should participate in the United Nations World Youth Forum in Vienna, Austria in 1996. Now I'm 16 years old, parents from West Africa, Nigeria, and now they're telling me I'm gonna go to Vienna, Austria to talk about sustainability. I didn't even know how to spell the word. I didn't. I said, what is sustainability? They said, well, you're gonna go learn about that. I said, okay, I'm gonna go learn about that. I go to Vienna, Austria. It's an amazing conference. It's about young people coming together and denouncing violence. That's really what it's about. And it's also about making sure that we have a planet that's sustainable for generations and generations to come. And so while we were there, we were networking with other organizations. We met an organization called Suncukret, which means sunflower in Croatian. And they were working with Bosnian refugees that had fled because of the war. The Dayton Peace Accords were signed by Bill Clinton, and I got the opportunity to actually travel from Vienna, Austria to Bosnia to meet these Bosnian refugees. And I started to do workshops with them. We do democracy workshops, and then the Bosnians and the Serbians were coming together to meet us. These were people who just were fighting against each other. And when I saw young people just like me, right, fighting for the same things that I was fighting for, I realized this is what I wanted to do. I want to be able to affect young people the way someone affected me. So not only did I have a mentor, look at the trip that I was on. I was in Vienna, Austria, at the United Nations World Youth Forum from Park Hill Apartments. I was now in Croatia, working with Bosnian refugees that are now my lifelong friends after a war. Do you imagine what education looked like for me? Yes, you had some valedictorians reading books, but I was living it. And I had great mentors, because a trip like that, it's not easy to take young people, right? You take young people, that's not easy to take a trip like that. So again, that was so powerful, it brought me here. And so in 2015, I became Educator of the Year for New York City. In 2024, I became the director of the Mayor's Action Plan for Neighborhood Safety. And even right there, I see one of my students that I used to teach many years ago. And anywhere I go, I see students that I've impacted. And that's what the multiplier effect is, the leadership multiplier effect. When you have mentorship, but you give young people experience to lead, right? And to experience and to be leaders now, right? They have agency. They have agency and they can do it. We have to give them that skill and we have to believe in them, right? And we hold their hand together as they continue to grow. So, I'm gonna say one thing, and this is really important, and this is my motto. Exposure creates belief, see it, try it, become it. And there's this thing that I say to my students, and I want you to say it. I do, we do, you do. I do. We do. You do. One more time. I do. We do. You do. Why that's so important, and you continue that circle. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. The reason why that's so important is because, one, you have different learners. But by letting young people see you be humble and do the same thing, now they feel confident. If he can do it, I can do it. Now I'm gonna try it. We do it together. Wow, you're not just leaving me here to do it by myself. You really believe in me. You really believe in me? You're gonna stay with me and try this together? Now we do it together. I'm confident. I can do it by myself, but you're still there while I'm doing it. And that's how it works. That's exactly how it works. That's why you have my brother who's an NFL player, my sister who's a doctor, and me who's an educator. And I'm happy to be that. I'm happy to serve. I'm happy, right? And this is what we need to teach our young people, because they will be adults and they will be the leaders of tomorrow. But we have to give them the experiences of today to cultivate tomorrow. So my final thoughts are this. The leaders we need tomorrow are sitting right in front of you. They're watching us. They're learning, and they're waiting for us to invest in them. Every $1 invested in youth leadership yields $13 back in community. And even in my job, what I do, I also fund organizations and I fund people who represent communities. Because you know why? When you fund them, most of the time they'll create businesses and opportunities that actually address the things that are needed in those communities. So that's why you invest in that way. Our legacy is not measured by what we do, but by who we are prepared to lead next. So my call to action to you guys is this. Invest in youth leadership, right? And not just mentorship. Be with them. Give them eye-opening experiences, because that's what it is. If you teach a young person from a book, they'll regurgitate it. But if you give them the experience, they'll lead, and they'll build other leaders, and they'll continue to build other leaders. So please, the future isn't coming, it's now. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello? Wow, this is intimidating. Hi, I'm Jim Chiavelli. I'm the Vice President for External Affairs here at Wagner. And it's given to me to present certificates of appreciation to the speakers here today. And I just want to say, content aside, which has been amazing, the ability of people to stand up and talk without notes for 20 minutes is something that eludes me and staggers me, and I'm really impressed. So, and these are not in the order of speaking, they're in the order they were handed to me. So, Melissa Mendoza. Come on up. Congratulations. Thanks. Sorry. Good. Oh. Guess we jumped the gun. Sorry. Janie Ho. Deanna Jean. Cindy Miller. Nika Stewart. Thank you. I'm still going to wear no white shoes after Labor Day, but thank you. Thank you. Anthony Pasalacqua. Ranti Ogunleya. And he had me rehearse that before, too. Thank you.
It's Ogunleya.
Ogunleya.
Okay, you got it, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Karen Cooper. And I rehearsed that, too. Thank you. Nadine Akinyemi. And now Chris will come up for awards for the committee.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to make a quick statement to just thank everybody for this wonderful event, and that the Staten Island Performing Provider System was very, very proud to be a sponsor here today. And Joe Conti, who is on vacation, unfortunately couldn't be here. I'm representing him, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity too. Thank you. So the first one is going to come as no surprise. They told me. The first one was for Damilola. She didn't want it. So I'm going to take it home. All right. Yes, thank you. And in no particular order, this is the organizing committee and the key volunteers who made this all possible today. So we'd like to thank Mariana Kalia, Okay. Well, this one is for the main sponsor here, which is Wagner College. And Jim, would you like to come up and receive this award, please? Mr. Alan Feldman, please. Thank you so much, Alan. Thank you. Anna Valerio. Thank you. Congratulations. Dr. Francis Melendez.
Okay. So Dr. Francis didn't know she was going to get this. She just got to know like an hour ago. And that's because when we had the first edition, I was about 6-7 months pregnant. And Dr. Francis would sit with me over the phone, and we will go through the planning, the curation of speakers. She's supported every single edition. Thank you, Dr. Francis. It means a lot.
Thank you. It's a big committee. Omari De Jesus. And I'll just say I've had the pleasure of working very closely with this young man for several years now. Kenneth Paul. From Hub 17. There he is. Haven't seen you in a while. Ola Kunle Dada Bello. Oh. I don't know, somebody else is going to have to take a picture. There you go.
Thank you for 3 years.
Thank you.
So much.
Tommy Lola, all for you.
Thank you so much. All right.
Well, thank you all. It falls to me at the end of all things today to wrap this up. I want to say what an inspiring, thought-provoking, challenging, courageously raw, in many cases, array of speakers we heard today. And I want to thank every one of them for gracing Wagner College with their presentations and their presence. I'm also extraordinarily grateful to the leadership of TedX ElmPark, who offered us this great opportunity to host an event so important to our community and so vital. I want to thank, of course, our librarian, Lisa Holland, and her staff for sharing their space with us. And thank you all, of course, for attending. This day of focus on the future was significant in its own right for the ideas shared with us and the deep thought and I hope deep conversation that will ripple outward from today. But it also says something important, I hope, about this campus and this community. An institution of higher education should be and must be the place where ideas can be expressed freely, debated thoroughly, and reflected upon thoughtfully, a place where respectful conversation can be had. I'm proud that we've been able to be that place today. Earlier this year, the Princeton Review ranked Wagner College as the top school in the country for student theater. I don't say that to divert from the topic today. It is a compliment we celebrate, and we celebrate the students who made it possible, some of whom are volunteers here today. But perhaps subsumed under that ranking was another by the Princeton Review, which called us out as the second most politically moderate campus in the United States. This was not meant to diminish us as ignorant or indifferent, rather, to quote my colleague, the Dean of Students, who has been in and out today, our students are committed to engaging in different perspectives and have an inspiring willingness to engage in respectful dialogue with peers, faculty, and administrators. In this spirit, Wagner College and TedX ElmPark share a purpose, conveying big ideas respectfully and receiving them in the same manner. I hope this shared sense of mission, even in a society and indeed a world that sometimes does not share it, continues well into the future. For today, and on behalf of the leadership, trustees, faculty, staff, students, alumni, entire community of Wagner College, I want to say once again, thank you all, and let's keep talking.